So, ladies and gentlemen, if not for my job, I'd put the game down right now. And you're probably thinking, well, yeah, the game kind of sucks. No. Have you ever had something happen in your life where you're trying really hard to do X? Doesn't matter what X is. It's just something you're putting real effort into it. In fact, it's irritating to do, but you're doing it because you want to be absolutely sure you care, right? And then you realize you forgot to get Kleenex. And then, now, like maybe you're drawing, right? And you're trying very, very hard to not smudge a line or something. You're putting extra effort into it. Maybe you're taking pictures and you're trying not to include a certain bird. Maybe you're going way out of your way to, I don't know, I can't think of another example. I've run into this a few times in my life, and it's extremely frustrating. Because what happens is you are putting extra work into doing X. And you think you're succeeding. And then someone comes along and says, oh, you didn't do X. And then automatically assumes you weren't trying to do X. And informs you, in a helpful tone, sometimes in an infuriating tone, that, hey, you missed X. It's okay. I know you haven't been trying to do X this entire time. But here's how you do X. I cannot put into words how frustrating that is to me. When I am going out of my way to do something, think I'm succeeding, and then am kindly informed that I am wrong. Because I've been checking the goddamn map every single quest. And I've been checking this crossroads every single quest to make sure I don't miss anything. I can even prove this because I'm streaming. And so it's part of visual record. So I can prove that I'm going out of my way to make sure I don't miss anything. And then I wake up and the very first thing I see this morning is that I missed an entire quest. Which is gone, by the way. I decided to go ahead and double check myself on that, and it turns out that, yeah, that quest is gone. It's only doable in Chapter 1. We are well out of Chapter 1. I actually do have a theory as to what happened exactly. But it doesn't matter. Because even though I was doing my due diligence and bothering and trying, I still missed a goddamn quest. Somehow. I was enraged. You think I'm mad now? I was actually angry earlier. Like, legitimately angry. I was really pissed off. Thankfully, I went downstairs, and my adorable niece rushed up to give me a hug. Completely unrelated, by the way. She was just happy to see me and was like, Uncle Lore! Gromp. And I'm like, okay. So then we played tag for a bit, and we played hide and seek for a bit. And then I cleaned up the speaker, because she had put ice cream on the speaker. And I had to have a nice, calm discussion with her. You're always calm with the kids. You never yell at them. Nice, calm discussion about why you don't put ice cream on speakers. And that got into a discussion about liquids and electronics, which was a good discussion to have. It was a good discussion. She even demonstrated. She's like, she took her, because she's got her own controller, right, for the Switch. So she took her controller and put it over by where we dry the dishes off. And she's like, so don't put this here. I was like, exactly. Do you know why? And she's like, because it's going to get wet. And she's right. That's exactly why you don't put that over there. It's like, okay, here we go. No, my frustration is with the game. So what I think happened is because I had queued up the other side quests in such a way, by accident, there was no deliberation on here. This wasn't on purpose. Nev, who you talk to start the side quest, also started the main quest. And once I started the main quest, that led immediately into the Davern quest, which superseded the side quest. So I think the window closed, for lack of a better way to put that. It is also possible it literally just didn't show up on the map. Because again, I can prove that I've been checking the map regularly. And yeah, after Davern, this is actually one of the reasons there's that negative. After Davern, after the Davern quest, there's no break. There's not even a playable section. You just go immediately from one cutscene to the choice cutscene, like just one-to-one. While we're here, I want to share another little tidbit about this game I found out. Because I felt like punching this game in the jaw. So I decided to look up something with, shall we say, a reasonable suspicion for what I was going to find. And lo and behold, I was right. But I was also wrong. So how many editors do you think they had in the writing room for this game? Real question. Now, I should probably mention that the credits are for the whole game. That is to say, all 4 versions of the game. So, grain of salt. No, editors. Specifically, editors. I'll go and tell you right now, there was actually an editor-producer. Someone who was like the editor-director. I don't think they did their job. Or they did their job in an earlier version of the game, like I said. How many editors do you think they had? The correct answer is 3. Which honestly surprised me a little bit. And again, I wonder how, like, which points of the game they worked on. Because we've already seen scenes that are actually fine in terms of the editing of the dialogue and whatnot. So that's not that bad. That's the part that surprised me. So I decided to look up how many voice directors there were. I'm just going to tell you this one. 0. No one is credited as voice director for this game. Literally no one. And I hate to say I called that, but I freaking called that. Now, here's another funny anecdote I found while I was digging through the credits. Obviously, a lot of the credits are redundant because, you know, it's an EA game, so EA gets credited on that, blah, blah, blah. But I noticed they actually had a huge QA team. How would I be spoiled in the credits, Giga? They had a huge QA team. And honestly, I actually believe that. This game has been a shockingly concrete experience. Like, I am amused at how few bugs and glitches we have run into for a game that was thrown together essentially in 9 months. So, good on you, QA teams. By the way, plural. They also outsourced some of the QA work to 4 separate QA companies. That's 5 teams of QA workers working on this game. And it probably needed it. Anyway, so if we check the map... so obviously we have the quest up there. We have the quest of Davern, which we're about to do. And then there's the one with Harding. So yeah, let's go talk to Davern, which is what we're doing. But while we're here, I do want to check one other thing. There's the Anderfells. We'll deal with that in a minute. There is a new quest in Treviso, it looks like. And obviously we've got that. There is also a new quest in Docktown. So, we got quests all over the place. But clearly there's a quest I'm missing, because it's upside down? I don't know.
Rook, I was thinking of taking Hassan for a walk. He could use the exercise. Chance to stretch his wings. Thought you'd like to come along.
How is there air in here? I've been wondering that this whole time. Where does the air come from? Now, see, if you told me they don't need to breathe, I would actually find that to be a more amusing answer. There's a vent sticking on the outside of the veil, which is just shoving air out. Like, there's one tiny vent, right? And it's just shoving air, cycling air from the rest of the world into the Fade. Okay, so there's our quest here. Actually, before we go further, let me double check something really quick. Let me check the build. It's a really good AC unit. It's like 500 square feet, something like that. It's great. This one. Yes, Giga says, why are you so terrible? And the answer is, I don't know. I have no idea what went wrong, Giga. But it's clearly my fault. That's the best part. It'd almost be less frustrating if it wasn't my fault. What? Yes, okay. What? Oh, whatever. I guess it doesn't matter what he has equipped. Does it? See, that's the thing, Mook. I was also being careful. Oh, no, you're fine, Giga. I'm not mad at you, if it's not obvious. Like, one time, someone in chat mentioned something like this. One time, oh, God, what was it? It was I was doing okay, so we had this really rough, chalky graphite. It was from one of my art classes. And we weren't really, like, you were supposed to just put the graphite down in, like, rough lines, and then you'd take a nub, which is like a roll of paper, basically, like a roll of cloth almost, and you'd use the nub to actually detail the drawing. So as you might imagine, it's incredibly messy, so you don't want to pretend this is the paper, so you don't want to do this, right? Because you're just going to smudge the hell out of it. You with me? So naturally, I was doing this as best as I possibly could. I'm just doing this, like, and I was going out of my way for it, and the teacher came by and noticed that I had smudged one thing right at the beginning. And it was just this one little smudge off to the side. And in a very kind, she was a great person. She was a great teacher. But in a very kind tone, she informed me this is how you should draw in order to avoid smudging the thing. And it's the exact thing I was already doing. And I was just like, okay. What do we got? Okay. So, attack my target applies burn versus dark spawn only. Well, that's dumb. What else we got here? Attack my target applies vulnerability to fire. Yeah, that's actually another interesting example of that. While using a walkthrough, some of you remember this, we never got the secret ending in Cyberpunk. You remember that? In fact, we used multiple walkthroughs because there was a bit of conflicting information because the game was relatively new. We got every other ending on camera. We never got the secret ending. Does he do fire damage? Do you do fire damage? Hang on. Heroic, no. Okay, so you're going to use... True. Heroic Strike, Death from Above, and Battle Cry. So Heroic Strike... Which does fire damage. Okay. Death from Above also does fire damage. Good to know. And Battle Cry, which is a taunt. Okay. So, yes, we do care about fire damage. We're going to switch to that. Davron's weapon damage is converted to fire damage. Well, okay, game. God. Make it easy for me. So let's go upgrade Taunt first. No reason. Just, you know, just... Oh, dude, that's actually a really nice... I wish I had this taunt in WoW! You regen while your taunt is active. While you're at low health, taunt activates... Well, I'm at low health, excuse me. Taunt is activated automatically while on cooldown. Or while not on cooldown. Taunt lasts longer, and for each enemy taunted, he gains 10% bonus damage for duration. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright, Lucanus. Nobody cares about you. Even though you're one of the better characters so far. Let's keep that one. Yeah. I don't care about any of this. So, let's see. What do I got? That's a Sunder. That's a Detonate. Detonate Overwhelmed, specifically. Let's go and take his damage buff. Just down the line there. Alright, Nev. You're not even in my party, Nev. What the hell? Oh no, we can't use Replenish. For real, we actually cannot use Replenish. Interesting. Oh, she is hardened. The strength of this skill is increased. Interesting. So that's a Detonate Sunder. That's an Apply Weakened. That's just damage. No, my build says to use Harding and Davron. Oh, there it is. Nev can no longer support the party with this ability. Yeah, okay. Why would I use Nev anyways? Ugh, get off my screen, get off my screen. Get the support ability, whatever. So speaking of Harding, I actually like that. We'll keep that. Okay, so she's got her Apply Sundered. Hang on a sec. And he can apply Overwhelm, Detonate Weakened. Apply Overwhelm and Detonate Weakened. And she can Detonate Overwhelmed and apply some. So, okay, so she's going to be our detonator and he's going to be our sunderer. Okay, so why don't we undo all this? Switch over here. Detonation damage increased. Splinters additionally. Titan Stone. So more AoE. Or way more. Oh, yeah, okay, we're going that way. Yeah. More detonation damage. Detonation causes overwhelmed to be permanent. Effectiveness of overwhelmed applied by overpower is increased by 20%. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that too, Ina Michelle. You'll notice I just changed my build to accommodate that exact problem. So let's switch back over to him, because I gotta figure out what the ability name is that applies overwhelmed. Which is Heroic Strike. This is actually a double positive for respec, but it is still a positive for respec, absolutely. Like double positive. More bonus. Oh, he doesn't have any points left. Okay. So back over here. We have that. I guess we'll get the potion stuff, because why not? Just in case. It's a good respec system. I might actually double check myself on that, because we might split that up into triple respec and then just not have some interface positives that some other games get, because at this point in gaming, we've seen some really, really, really good nuanced respec systems. I mean, Guild Wars 2 and its templates, right? Just to name one example. I know that's an MMO, but you get the point. Okay, so how do I set you up? So that's 1, I think. And not even here. Can I, like, change? No? Wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. Mage, you know, sometimes you just explode in magical energy. It's... Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm a wild mage. Sorry. Okay, so I want you to have not that. Heroic Strike. And then the taunt, which is that one. And then I don't care about the other thing. Oh, it was bad, Colgrim. Like, actively bad, not just non-existent. Okay, so... Yes. So, 4 and then 1. I'd really prefer that be 1 and then 4. Let's see if we can make that 1 and then 4, shall we? Yeah, WoW didn't actually have respec at launch. And then it had gold respec, and it's just been getting better ever since. Nowadays, it's the best respec system in the business. Hey, look, she's hardened. Oh, she's unavailable this time. Oh. Okay, so Davern first, Harding second. Should mean, hypothetically, that it's 1 and then 4. Okay, so now it's 1, 4. Yeah, I'm so sad that the worst party member isn't in my group right now. So I see multiple quests. That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
There's an interesting letter there, Rook.
Are you sure? Hang on, guys. I'm not sure if there's an interesting letter here. Let me... Yeah... Nope. Sorry. Dearest Fiaco, may not believe this, but I've learned something about those boorish on Tom that may be useful. Send someone we can. Or come by with Tay. I've got some new pieces to show.
An art merchant has information on the Antam?
Mistress Trella would not waste our time. Visit her gallery and ask her what the Antam are up to.
I promise he's not sending you just for some exposure to Antivan art.
There are worse ways to spend an evening.
Venatori lurking in an Antivan Crow meeting spot. Coincidence? No. They left as soon as they saw me. Deventer's snakes should not know about that place. Troubling. Very troubling. I'll see if anything develops before I disturb dear overworked Tay and Viago, but also take a post closer to the diamond, just in case.
A journal? About seeing Venatori and Crow meeting spots.
Useful to know.
Let's dig around some more.
I mean, honestly, I guess I can't argue that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't be into that move because the talents in vanilla kind of sucked. But it would still be awesome for the respecking and the templating and all that. For all, like, 2 builds you could do. Oh, absolutely, Dr. Winter.
True, you can control rock snap?
Control? That's funny. I'm still trying not to drop things on my own feet. And I still don't know why this happened.
Best not to question a gift.
Is it though? A gift?
You saved someone's life.
I know. I just wonder what's next.
She's gonna gain stone form, it's gonna be great. So a Klingon vendor would absolutely try to rip you off, because you gotta understand, Klingons aren't particularly honorable people. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. And here's the catch. When you catch them with it, they would, by their culture, be required to try and defend themselves. Ah, how dare you. And they might even charge you to fight. Like, I will destroy you. So, you would then have to be able to prove your side by being able to beat the crap out of them. Or just slugging them in the face, or maybe not backing down. Now, how they react at that point depends on how much of a scumsucker they are, because there are some Klingons who are legitimately horrible people. If, however, it's just a Klingon who's doing the usual Klingon things, the sequence of events will go like this. Hey, you should take this total scam. Sir, I believe this is a scam. How dare you impugn my honor? I will destroy you and your entire household. Then I'm afraid you're going to have to find whatever's left of your household on the bottom of my boot after I'm done kicking the crap out of you. I like you. And then, they give you a better deal.
Heresy! Obliterate them! Here we go!
There's actually an episode of Deep Space Nine which conveys exactly what a terrible Klingon is like.
Venatori dropped a note.
I won't cover it because it's a spoiler, but... Oh, they would love haggling, 100%. One of our own people is spotted colluding with a crow. Witnesses were not close enough to see the traitor's identity. Uh-oh.
A Venatori traitor?
Really?
Something's up with the crows and Venatori. The journal belongs to a crow named Chance. Look for them around the diamond. Maybe they know what this is about.
Oh, my God.
As you say.
Almost. I was literally about a foot off from that one. Thanks, Harden. Thanks for your completely worthless advice. So anyways...
The Imperium commands attack! Get out of there!
Venatori dropped a note. Venatori traitor.
Really?
Something's up with the crows and Venatori. The journal belongs to a crow named Chance. I'll look for them around the diamond. Maybe they know what this is about.
Couple nearby.
That is an interesting question, Gigapudding. And that is my answer to you, because it is an interesting question. So he can just teleport. Oh, he can track, too. Did you see that? He's a Dark Souls boy.
No problem.
Your turn.
I caught my breath.
Don't just stand there.
I put him right where you want. Good to go again.
I'm good.
Get clear. There you go. Take him out. You have to move. Ready again.
Good to go.
There you go. Knock him down. Move, move.
Don't stay there. Ready to go again.
Only your gods will miss you. Better get this where it's needed.
That was actually pretty close. I was out of potions. Okay, there's one more. But I wasn't going up here in the middle of that nonsense. We just hit 19. So, we were 18. I think. I don't know, TSB. I don't think so. I could be wrong.
Not to pry, Harding, but I hear you're hearing things. Voices.
Well, it's just one voice, really.
Join the club. Grey Wardens hear weird things when an archdemon shows up.
What's that like?
A fever dream? Muddy. Dark. Can't quite grasp it, but something's talking to you.
My voice says I should seek her out.
I don't see you have a choice. Best way to come to terms with it is to face it.
Thanks.
As a group, 21 times, Twister. So far.
You ever talk to Jacobus?
I've actually been deliberately not doing an individual, like, if they just say one of the names, I haven't been counting it.
Let's do business.
That as well. Eh. Also the twin buckle binding.
Good luck with your contracts.
I'm still chewing on your question, Mook, because the loot system isn't what I would call bad. It's interesting. It's very life servicey, but that's not inherently a bad thing. I will admit I am already kind of thinking of either a negative. I haven't decided yet. It's either going to be a negative for economy or a negative for walkthrough-itis, one of the two. I've played quite a few games that have a thing where you get loot all over the place, right? So let's say I want to upgrade the buckle, right? Let's just use that as an example. The twin belt buckle, the thing I just got. Well, give me a second to actually find the damn thing. There we go. Twin buckled binding, excuse me. So in order to get this, I need to get one from the Ativan Crows, which I just got. Get a chest from the ossuary. Oh, excuse me. And I guess that's it, actually? That can't be right. There's got to be more than two. Okay, well, I guess there's just the two. So that's not a great example. Let's try to use something else. Let's use the glacial rod. Surely that has more than two locations, right? Okay, yeah, here we go. So, yeah, there are multiple copies of everything, and each copy upgrades the existing. So, like, rather than just getting another version of the weapon, you upgrade the existing one. So, in other words, you are incentivized to keep finding the same gear, especially if it's gear you actually want. I have no problem with that. That's a cool system. What I have a problem with is it's all over the place, and a lot of that is missable. Like that one in the ossuary, that's gone. Like, near as I can tell. To my knowledge, I cannot go back to the ossuary. So that sucks. And that's why I mentioned the walkthroughitis thing. Because there are it's the Octopath Traveler thing. The Octopath Traveler thing irritates the crap out of me. Because in that game, the overwhelming majority of your power output was actually down to your gear. And gear was all over the place, and there was no rhyme or reason to where you would get the individual pieces that you actually needed for whatever build you were going for. Now, the reason I mentioned it might be an economy negative is because it depends on exactly how much it costs. In other words, a valid approach here, and this is actually what I would legitimately do if I was playing this normally, is I would just be buying everything and just trying to get everything. And I'm not sure if that's possible in this game. Oh, and as for why so many different governments are pushing for age verification. So there's two reasons for that. One is tech companies are pushing for that because they're desperately trying to find some other way to keep their failing businesses afloat. And the other is that one government did it first. I believe that would be Britain. And that made it okay for everyone else to push for it. Like one governmental body crossed the line, and now everyone else can cross the line. Woo. Oh, was it Australia first? Well, I mean, that's not a shock. Frickin' Australia is already a mommy state.
Are you Chance Candide? Found your journal. Couldn't help reading something about Venatori.
Ah, you've become embroiled in our local mystery. If you wish to help, let me shed some light. Venatori were spotted lurking in places where the crows conduct confidential business.
What can we do?
It would be a great help if you could search near our dead drops in the flooded district. That's where Venatori were last spotted. Please look for any clues as to what our spies are after.
Okay, I can do that. Of course. Oh, never mind. I do have that one. Yay! I guess I'm just weird then, Blade Travell. Like, I don't know what I want. I don't know what build I'm going for. I don't know what I'll need. Obviously, I try to loot everything as I go, because I have been putting the effort into that. But when I get to a vendor, you probably noticed half the time I look at the vendor and I just, my eyes glaze over. Because I don't know what I want. I don't know what I care about.
Stone is a bad sign.
Why build it if you won't keep it up?
Like, I'll keep upgrading people because I'm probably going to benefit from that at some point. And I'm sure I want to keep raising my rep, too. But otherwise, no! Don't pet, don't pet. Yeah, DOS 2 is actually another perfect example of that. Especially if you're playing DOS 2 for the first time, you have no idea what kind of build potential and capacity there is in the game. Spoilers, it's a lot. Because there's no classes in DOS 2. There's just, like, skills. Vocations might be a better word. And you can just put points into whatever vocations you want to. Now, there is a respec in DOS 2, which is awesome. The point is, you don't know what you want to be. So what are you going to do? Well, you're probably going to buy every book you can. Especially since one of DOS 2's weaker points is the fact that its books are finite. There's only so many of X, Y, and Z books in the game. So, if you get a particular thing, then you probably, if you get access to a thing, you probably want to hold on to it. So if you see a vendor who sells a book and you don't have a copy of that book, you probably should go ahead and buy that copy of the book. You never know. Now, DOS 2 does have one thing worse than this game, and that DOS 2 has a full party. I don't really care about those two, to be perfectly frank. But I kind of care about, you know, my entire party in DOS 2. Ergo, I want to do a full build for a full party. And yes, it quite got there before me, but Divinity Original Sin 2.
Wine glasses. Like people were toasting a deal.
Are we too late to stop whatever's going on?
Great game, by the way. I highly recommend it if you're interested in CRPGs at all. It is one of the best CRPGs ever made. I know there's different metrics for that, and DOS 2 does have some pretty big weak points. But it is an extraordinarily good game. I believe it's actually the best scoring CRPG we've covered so far. Don't quote me on that, though.
Choice cuts. You want steak?
Yeah, there we go. I will say I prefer DOS 2 over Tyranny, but the two are the inverse of each other. DOS 2's gameplay is polished to a perfect shine. It is one of the best gameplays of a CRPG I've ever seen. No, not at all, Dr. Winter. By contrast, Tyranny's gameplay kinda sucks. However, Tyranny's story axis is extremely good. But DOS 2's is a lot weaker. So,
why is this butcher always talking? He's got the city. What more does he want?
Don't ask me.
Baldur's Gate 3 is kind of in a weird in-between situation. Baldur's Gate 3 does several things better than both games we just mentioned, and a lot of things worse. But, like, pound for pound, Baldur's Gate 3, like, okay, let's ignore my review system for just a second, because the whole point of my review system is to try and cover everything, right? What you individually care about is going to determine which CRPGs you really, really like. Like, obviously, I praise the hell out of both DOS 2 and Tyranny. That's because of the gameplay and the story, respectively, right? What if you don't really care about the gameplay? What if you just want a really good story? Then DOS 2 probably isn't going to hit for you in the same way. Not that it has a bad story. Actually, it has a really good plot, which is extremely rare in my experience for CRPGs. But the main plot is actually really solid. But yeah, no, like exactly, like Baldur's Gate 3. To finish this sentence, sorry, I'm drifting a little bit. I'm still, like, my eye is literally leaking. You know what I mean? When you get to that point when you're sick, it's extremely frustrating. Baldur's Gate 3 does everything well. Now, it's got its flaws and it's got its holes, but you get my point, right? It's not, like, super great at anything. It's good at everything. That's how I would describe Baldur's Gate 3. It's probably why it didn't score as well, is because it was like, well, here's a plus for this, and here's a plus for this, and here's a plus for this. The biggest, aggregate giganto negative I would give Baldur's Gate 3 is everything about the third act. Because the third act is whack. It's got some great stuff in it, but oh my god, I actually know of 3 campaigns personally that just ran into a brick wall when they had Act 3. And to my knowledge, none of those campaigns have actually continued.
Another secret note between a crow and a Venatori.
Also true, Potato Yahoo. I actually agree with that. But I also agree that it's nowhere near as bad. DOS 2's biggest major flaws, like as in negatives flaws, are a combination of walkthrough-itis and its journal. The in-game quest log is actively bad in DOS 2, and legitimately unhelpful for figuring out what to do and where. And that is combined with the fact that it's kind of hard to find the content that you're looking to do. I will freely admit that every single playthrough I've done of DOS 2 with my friends, and I've done 3 co-op playthroughs as of this point in time, every one of them involved me being the walkthrough for the group because I knew the game and knew what I was doing. I love DOS 2, but that's a paddling, you know what I mean? Baldur's Gate 3 also has that issue, it's worth noting. It is not as bad, but it is still a problem there. And, bringing this back into focus, especially in Act 3, The biggest problem with Baldur's Gate 3 Act 3, other than the fact that it's just less polished than Act 1, is the fact that there's so much stuff everywhere. The overwhelming majority of it is optional, and very little indicates what you can interact with and where. Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3 is pretty solid. Act 2 is really good in several respects. Act 3 has the best individual, like, encounters and boss fights in the game. But... yeah, no, the unironic way that you get all the quests in Baldur's Gate 3 is you just talk to absolutely everyone. I know that's not, like, great advice, but it's true. That is what you do. You just talk to every NPC in every zone. Yeah, also fill out the map. How the hell do you want me to get up there, game? Is it this dark to anyone else? Is this just me? Real question. I'm not on an OLED anymore. I did not see that I could break through those walls. Like, holy crap. Like, thank God for the quest marker, because I was just like, what, how do you want me to get up there? And I just ran into the what I thought was the wall on a whim, thinking that might do something. Is there a torch spell? Real question.
That's our third note by these Crow and Venatori spies. Half of these letters are written in a cipher I can't make out. Let's talk to Chance.
No, I can, like this screen right here, I can barely see anything on this screen. The most visible thing is my freaking staff. Just to use a specific example there. And again, I'm not on an OLED anymore, so that's not the issue anymore. It is there... No, I was actually impressed with this game's settings and options, so... Surely... Oh my god. No, I don't use HDR. I can't stand HDR. Sure, so OLED has two huge issues. One is me leaving the camera in the middle of the discussion. So obviously, if you just walk away while discussing. You a frog, somebody? don't finish discussing things as you're on approach, obviously you can't do the full discussion. The second major issue with OLED, the biggest issue I had with OLED was that it was ironically too dark for a lot of games. A lot of games just are not built around that. Boing! Just gonna crank that. Boing! Boing! Perfect! Perfect! Yes, this is our game now. Alright, so. For real, though, too many games just aren't built around OLEDs, and therefore, the darks are quite literally too dark. And so, in some cases, you just cannot see what you're doing, similar to the problem we just had. That's why I brought it up there. So, actually, no. Here's the funny thing. So, the first generation of OLEDs were exactly as you described. It was extraordinarily easy for them to get burn-in, right? That went away inside of like a single generation. If you buy an OLED that came out anytime within the last few years, you're fine. There's built-in software and built-in hardware that just kind of prevents that kind of burn-in from happening. Don't worry about that too much. The odds of you having an older OLED nowadays are basically non-existent. There is another reason that I went ahead and switched off of OLED, which has nothing to do with the OLED itself, believe it or not. And it's everything to do with the fact of this specific model I was using. I think I've told this before. So there's a sheet inside the monitor. I forget what it's called. Please don't ask me. I'd have to look it up. And that sheet is something that projects certain of the pixel colors within the whole picture. And due to the natural nature and design of the monitor, it overheats, which means over time it melts. So I've actually shown pictures of this. The middle of my screen on my old monitor was just discolored. Like a giant blob of discoloration in the middle. At first I thought it was burning until I really looked into it. And it was just a known feature of that monitor. It was such a known feature that if you contacted them, they'd just go ahead and send you a new sheet for free. Just, here you go. Replacement sheet. So I faced the choice of getting a replacement sheet, pulling the sucker open, putting it back in, replacing it, and all that fun stuff. And then having the same problem again in a few years when it inevitably melts again. Or just getting a new monitor, which is what I did.
Chance, we found notes from the Crow and Venatori spies, but parts of them are in code.
Ah, thank you. This may yet help trace their movements. Give me a while to break the cipher on these letters.
Okay, I can double check something here. We're checking the map. We're looking if there's any exclamation marks. Anything we missed? No, okay. This does unironically look better, cranking this up. I hope this won't look much worse when we go someplace that isn't here. I've never looked at a VA monitor. I do have an absolutely ginormous monitor, yes. It's actually slightly larger than I intended to get. Whoops. Where's the quest? There they are. Okay, found them. Found them. Okay, so we've got our companion quest, which we want to do, of course. We got a bunch of others. So let's do the companion quest. Let's do this. Yeah, let's see how the elven forest looks. Okay. There we go. Okay. We're just gonna have to do that every time to go to Treviso, I guess. That's fine. That's fine. It's the only place I've really noticed that problem in. Probably because apparently the sun never rises in Treviso. It's very strange.
They found some more relics.
Who's the myth? Don't be shy. Take a gander.
Alright, time to buy everything. Like we do. What do I care about? And of course, we won't waste any money on cosmetics. That's silly.
Come back anytime.
Oh God, you're right. It's Gotham.
I need an update on that last expedition.
Over here, I guess. Don't do it, Giga. Don't do it now! Minrathus Daler Citizen. Huh. It's just chains. It's just chains.
Let's get going. I've been thinking. Lancet and Remy used special food to train the griffins. Said it was the fastest way to start a bond.
Right. What did you call it? Tullum?
That's it. And gingerwort truffles were the griffins' favorite treats. They grow around ruins. We're going to teach Hassan how to find some.
I hope I see at least one nomination for Hassan for Best Pet this year. Yeah, bacon's always the answer. Just bacon.
How did you end up with the Grey Wardens?
Grew up in a Dalish clan. I'd hear all these stories about things that happened thousands of years ago.
The Dalish do love their history.
Except I wanted to make history. Didn't fit in. Got bored, so I went looking for adventure.
How'd that go over with your clan?
Poorly. They felt like I rejected them.
Did you?
Yeah, I suppose. Clan life wasn't for me. I had to get away.
So then what happened? You're out in the world looking for adventure?
Got my ass kicked. Went broke. I couldn't go crawling back to my clan of failure. Doubt they'd take me back. It forced me to figure out what I was good at. Always had a knack for hunting.
I didn't say win. You can vote for whoever you want to. That's up to you. I'm not sure who's nominated so far for Best Pet. I haven't looked lately. There it is. Yes, the next two MSQ are the new companions, pretty sure. And we're not doing that for fear of missing out on still more side quests. I guess SKA was this year, wasn't he? They? Well, right now we're going for a walk. That's literal, actually. Ah. Good nose. We will miss nothing! Except, I guarantee you what's going to happen, because I can see the future. I've already been trying to make sure I don't miss everything, as I've proven. And I'm going to continue to make sure I don't miss everything. And then tomorrow, maybe 2 days from now, I'll get a message from Giga. Hey, Laura, you missed something.
It's not a truffle. That's a nug. You'll get fleas.
At least he's having fun.
Truth is, it purrs when you scratch him. Maybe we can speed things up by helping him. Let's search the bushes. Look around for truffles.
That was a thorn.
Keep looking.
Hog droppings. Yuck.
The nugs pretty much own Arlithan Forest.
Nope. This is harder than it looks.
It's fleas, isn't it? What'd I tell you?
Actually, I think it's a truffle.
Huh.
Maybe the nugs like truffles. Could Hassan know that if you follow them, you might find truffles?
Are you really that smart, boy?
Seems pretty clever to me.
If only you'd be clever enough to listen.
Well, you're still getting to know each other. Remember? Tullum? Remy was probably right. Remember how she said he needed a lighter touch?
If I go soft on him, the world would chew him up.
Let's give you both a chance and see if we can find any more of these.
How?
Find some nugs, see what happens.
It's true.
So, how did you...
Corypheus was not an ancient evil blighted god. Corypheus was an ancient evil blighted magister. Big difference.
Go from hunter to slayer of monsters?
Uncle Eldrin. An old elf I knew growing up. When I was a kid, I'd hunt just about anything. Rabbits, deer, fox. Eldrin gave that purpose. He taught me the way of 3 trees. The way of the arrow, way of the bow, way of the wood.
That sounds noble.
Eldrin taught me to hunt the unnatural so the natural can thrive. Be a force for good. Besides, it was either that or starve. Monsters paid good coin.
But why become a Grey Warden? If you were making money on your own?
I didn't leave my clan to get rich. Had to prove it was all worth something. I needed a cause.
There must be easier causes than fighting Darkspawn all your life.
Darkness is a sparring partner. The greater the shadow you confront, the stronger you are for winning.
Till you meet one you can't beat?
Haven't yet.
Well, I've got good news. We have these ancient evil elven gods. You know, I'll give Corypheus one thing over Bob and Bobette. Presentation. He looked and sounded cooler. It's not much, and I will continue to mock him until the end of my days. But Bob and Bobette so far have been extraordinarily dull.
There. I think Hassan's got something. Why don't you take a look? I'll be damned. Follow the nugs.
Like I said, he's a clever one.
Might make a tracker out of you yet. Hungry? What? It's gingerwort. Eat it.
Remember, light touch.
I mean, it's dessert fit for a prince. See?
Do they have taste? Can birds taste?
He'll be fine. He just has a strong spirit. Let him grow into it.
Might not have time for that. With Lancet and Remy gone, if something happens to me, he'll have to stand on his own.
So don't let anything happen to you.
I'm a Grey Warden. Death's around every corner. Not that I don't enjoy punching it squarely in the face.
I do want to have wild sex with you, but no.
2 or 3 times, just to be sure.
Mm-hmm. But you can't beat back death forever. Okay, boy. That's enough for one day.
But he's having fun.
He overeats, and you'll find out how fun griffin puke is.
Hassan, you heard him. Let's go.
Yeah. I like how that's the deciding factor. Just, no, we're good. I know, right, Ross? Because that's exactly... let's see. So in WoW, you can tame dragon hawks, hippogriffs. Looks like that's actually it, as far as close to griffins. So it looks like we cannot actually tame griffins in WoW. That's kind of weird when you think about it. Oh, no, wait, here we go. You can actually tame griffins. Just took me a second to find them. They're under the Feathermane family. Which is why I didn't see them. It's actually a bunch of different models. Oh. What the heck is a moon pair? Do I want to know the answer to that question? Oops. No! 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 So I want... Something I don't have, it looks like. I mean, I can just grab that for now. Why not? And another thing I don't have right now. That's fun. Why do I have bare feet? Oh my god. Just checking what I have here. Go ahead and switch over to these. That's actually exactly what I want there. Holy crap. There's one other reason I'd want to buy everything, by the way, collectible. So if I want to try another build, I can, since gear is part of builds. It does matter, Lord. What do you have? A moon pair. Stop leaking. I mean, don't I look like I would just have a pipe on this character? Just look at me. Just look at me. Oh god, don't remind me of Radagast from The Hobbit. That was just... Yes, it's him. At least this game actually has good gameplay. Unlike some other games I could mention. Like Andromeda. I know everyone says Andromeda has good gameplay, and I'll always push back against that. Andromeda has good combat, core combat, which I'll always acquiesce to. But it doesn't have anything else necessary to make the gameplay actually fun. Oh, come on. That's an interesting question, Tropes, yeah. Ah! Sorry. Almost positive I just bomb jumped that.
Harding, how bad was Demeter's crossing?
I've seen plenty of blight before, but nothing like that.
Is it true about the mayor?
I don't know what happened. It's like the gods are tempting him, seeing how weak people can be.
And Rook spared him, huh?
Balara wasn't happy about it.
I wouldn't be either. I'd have left him to die.
I mean, he was already in the tentacle thing.
I set him up for
So anyways. Yeah, I would say Andromeda had a lot of lifeless, empty terrain of empty nothing. So by definition, this is better. It is interesting how... I wouldn't call this open world. I wouldn't. But it's more open worldy than I was expecting. And I admit, that's making me just kind of go, alright. But it could be a lot worse. After all, it could be Andromeda.
Rook, get out of there before it's too late!
Ah, we're dead. God, where the hell am I? Congrats, Ross. Now the game really I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I think in the interest of just speeding things up a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and turn down enemy damage a little bit. I'm tired of dying on trash just because I wasn't paying attention for a second because I got a distraction in my eye, you know? Hello? Hello? Yes. Ah, there it is. God. Let's just turn that down a tick. There we go. Hey, Wandering Doll. I hope we're treating you well. So far, I don't agree with you, because so far it's been certainly been winking and nodding at certain stuff that comes out in the books, but none of it's been what I would consider relevant to actually understand what's going on. And that's the important part, right? A game acknowledging the stuff out of the game is arguably a good thing. A game mandating it, that's much worse. So I'm going to keep paying attention to that. Don't mistake me. Speaking of which, I wanted to write that down too. Hang on one second, please. Okay, good. Just making sure I gave a positive, which I did.
Morgan.
Me? Friends? With Morgan?
Then how do you know her?
I'm not sure anyone knows Morgan.
Well, there's her husband, the warden, who doesn't exist, apparently.
She just pops up whenever things get weird.
Can she be trusted?
Maybe? She knows things, and seems to want to stop Gillenane and Algernon.
But
we'll probably never know why.
Yeah, assuming he's alive, which he might not be. Also, assuming he was a he. Which is also an assumption.
Make it hurt. Watch for ranged attack.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Where's her son while we're on the subject? Right, she doesn't have a son. Gotta remember that. No, like, I've said this before. One of the things I actually praised about Inquisition was how much it worked to prune branches to make sure that certain choices and story arcs from the previous games effectively terminated. To be clear, I thought that was a good thing. There were simply too many choices that could have too many consequences. So they needed to conclude the consequences, which they did. Some of that was in mission board stuff, some of that was in side quests, but a whole lot of branches got pruned in Inquisition so that there were only so many that carried forward. Good thing. And then they were given 9 months to work on everything else. Bad thing. As I've mentioned before, data already exists in the game and its current state to acknowledge a lot of the choices from the Keep. As a reminder, the Keep doesn't do anything with this game. Furthermore, we also know that there's a huge amount of information that and references and materials in the game that never made it into the finished product, most of which was acknowledging stuff from previous games. I apparently have a range limit. What I'm trying to say is they obviously wanted to. I don't actually blame the devs for that. Like, if they'd reached the point of actually bothering to do the due diligence of getting some of the code in the game, and then it was just never turned on, and the content for it was never activated, then that makes sense, unfortunately.
Let's go get him!
I thought the keep didn't work, like, now. Actually, I would have, Blades of All. Hear me out, okay? Okay? You with me? Let's do a heist-focused game set into Winter, which is designed to be a shorter game with substantially branching narrative, so that the decisions and choices you make during your heists actually fundamentally change how the story goes, giving it lots of additional replay value and making it so that you will want to replay the relatively shorter game over and over.
Still alive? Still alive.
Now, it sounds like I'm being facetious, and I am trying to be a little flippant for the sake of humor. But that is exactly what I would have done. If you handed me the final product of this game... yeah, Legion. If you handed me the final... Not that they knew that at the time, it's worth noting. Nothing indicated what was happening. But if you handed me this project after the third reset, or second reset, really, excuse me, and you told me, fix it, I'd just go back to Joplin. It was a good idea to begin with. Now, at the time, I would have done so thinking this is a good stepping stone to the final Dragon Age game, or maybe the next Dragon Age game might have been my mentality. There would have been a bit of cynicism in that, because something that's been true for years, especially in Dragon Age 2, but most especially in Inquisition, is that the upper executive management have never really cared that much about Dragon Age as a franchise. It's always had a low BRB value, right? No, exactly, Blacheville. I would legitimately go and make the next Dragon Age 2. Perhaps hoping that there would be a Dragon Age game to follow up on it. Now, I would not have known this at the time, but with the purchase and with the restructuring, there's an extremely high chance that that would have never happened. So we would have gotten a Dragon Age 2 leading into nothing. And that would have sucked, to be very clear. But you put me in the moment at the time on the ground floor with the resources and extremely limited time they had, and that's what I would have gone for. It stands for backing... Hang on, it's backing... backing, budget, and resources, I want to say? That doesn't sound right. What's the last one? I haven't looked up the art book. See, would you have done that if you knew you had 9 months, though, Mook? Keeping in mind you don't know you have 18 months. Yeah. Now, if I had infinite, like if I had what I like to call the holodeck scenario, right? Perfect tools, perfect time. That's a different question. What would I do for a Dragon Age, for a sequel to Inquisition if I had the times? It's got to be over there. Whatever. The problem is, Blade Devil, that truly is a no-win scenario. There's no winning there. There's cheating. I already did. Okay, it has to be big, which it didn't, but let's pretend it did. Let's also assume the other mandates existed. So I've got 9 months, and I've got, I have to have no multiplayer, which is a damn shame, because I'm telling you, this game really would have worked well with co-op. I legitimately think that. But, no multiplayer whatsoever. 9 months, has to be big. And I can't just give the actual, real answer to that question, which is, I would freaking quit my job. No, I really would. I would start surfing around for some other job and just kind of half-ass it until I could, you know, jump ship. All right. It actually that makes a lot of sense, easy moving. What would I do? Oh, I gotta break the lock. There we go.
Right.
It depends on how much of the multiplayer code is still in the game. You know, that's the thing.
A pit of Darkspawn. Let's clear him out.
Because obviously that code existed at some point, right? So how much of that code still exists?
In we go.
Yeah, I was actually rather fond of the ossuary section. Although near as I can tell, that's a pretty common reaction. Oh! 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 Okay. That's... okay. Oh. No, no! Ah! I couldn't... Leaving combat area. It's the first time I've seen that notification. I'm working on it. Oh, God! This is like the worst arena. Jump, you idiot! Oh, my God! He won't go over a nub unless he jumps. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, it was too high. I had to jump in order to get over it. Where am I? Where am I? Okay, okay. Not too far back. I didn't know, Giga. I needed the hair, Ella. The hair. Yeah. Look, Ethan Bisha.
A pit of Darkspawn. Let's clear him out.
Yeah, okay. I'll refill them though. So let's get rid of these.
Nice going, Davrin.
See, at the time it seemed logical. I was looking for the only pustules which were red, and there were only 2. There are still only 2. The one I just got, and the big one.
Watch for ranged attacks.
So I was just like, okay, clearly that's what the game wants from me. Can I help you? Like, for real, go away. Look, remember, Blight doesn't do anything anymore. It's cool. We're cool. It's just a status effect. It's like Scarlet Rod over in Elden Ring, right? It's not a big deal. I'm pretty sure that's the big guy right there. It's even got its own health bar, which should have been the indicator to me. Unfortunately, I have no functional brain. Now, this one, by contrast...
Another champion.
Nope. Nope. No, no. Okay. Leaving that alone. Leaving that alone. Hey, Doom Rider. Could you kill that thing, please? Please?
Keep that up.
That should take care of it.
Good work, everyone.
Okay.
Got it.
Wait, hang on, hang on. I think that's actually illegal, Giga. You're not allowed to like things in this game. Gross. Actually, I really hate to break this to you. You're also not allowed to be an outlier. Sorry. Gross. See, yeah, the problem is I've actually already come up with an answer to Blade Duvall's question earlier. The answer is don't make it in frickin' Frostbite. Mandating this game be made in Frostbite is just is and always has been a gigantic anchor over its neck, right? Yeah, it's the first unique I found. Like, it's just such a terrible idea, and always has been. Well, if you remember, I wrote down which bugs were specific to the Frostbite engine back in bugs, excuse me, negatives were specific to the Frostbite engine back in Inquisition. It was not a small number. The score went up substantially the moment those went away. Yes, Tixar, put simply. Like, the Frostbite mandate has always been terrible. Which is funny, because we can say the same thing about crystal tools. The difference is that Square of all people, recognized how stupid it was to adhere to crystal tools and walked away from it. EA never did, to my knowledge. In fact, I don't think they literally ever did, considering how recent this game is. Well, yeah, obviously, like, if you remember, one of the biggest problems with Inquisition was that Frostbite was relatively new at the time, and nobody was supporting them, so they just had to figure it out as they went, right? They had no support structure. And actual sabotage while we're on the subject. Thanks, Mass Effect team. So, this game, obviously, they knew Frostbite better. They knew more what they were doing, so they were able to do better. Oh my god. That's actually a tough one, Czar. I'm gonna say equally. They're both equally terrible.
Get ready!
I set him up.
Coming at range!
Get out of there.
Get clear!
It's all yours. You have to move.
Where did you come from?
Got him.
Shooting for us!
I'm ready, bro.
Good to go again.
On it. Thanks, Deverin. Whatever gets it done.
Give me a second.
Have a second.
Don't just stand there!
Clear the area.
Don't stay there!
You have to move.
Ranged incoming!
Got it. I put him right where you want him.
Move, move! Ranged attackers!
Watch for ranged attack. Just a second.
Tell your gods we want to start.
Ready again.
This'll open the way.
Yeah, that arena. Oof. Harding.
Move!
Harding. 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 Oh, God.
Move!
Yes, Dr. Winter. It's okay, guys. She's stoned. She's just... Anyways, what else we got here? That's a Treviso thing. That's a Dockdown thing. Okay, so... I thought... I'm wrong. Nope, yep, there is one other quest I saw there. That's what I thought. No, she's a handmaiden of stone. Hey, Ginger Ninja. This looks like this should keep going. So, that's actually an interesting question. The problem is, this is a good arena in a system that doesn't support it. I can explain why very simply. You see that right there? This is not good. And actually nearly got me killed several times during that fight. In case you can't tell what's happening, I'm trying to dodge off the edge. You can't. See that extra delay there? And we're doing a fight that tricky with this much terrain. Like this ledge right here was causing me that issues. But much more importantly, this ledge over here was causing me that issues. And several times I would try to dodge over the edge and it didn't quite work. So, I also ran into the issue on this staircase as I ran up to get a couple of potions in the middle of the fight. That's also true. It did literally get me killed earlier. So, thank you, Ginger Ninja. Always appreciate. I have played MTG. If you want my super duper summary thoughts, it's funner to make decks than to actually use them. Me and my friends actually quit it because we ran into that exact same problem during the Mirrodin block, if you're familiar with how old that is. Jedi Survivor, Dusk, and Silksong. Yeah, no, like, it's actually fine for navigation. I've never had an issue with it for navigation. That arena... So, like, that arena would have worked a lot better if that particular issue wasn't there. Maybe like a toggle where that doesn't happen in combat, because there's ways to do that, right? Where the physics or the terrain interacts differently because you're in combat or out. Fair enough, Plague 12. Can't argue that. So let's go... I'm missing a beat. Oh, whatever. How about that one? Mirrodin was back in... Oh, gosh. 2005? I want to say somewhere around there. I mean, blocks go across a few years, but mid-aughts, one way or the other.
These must be the old aqueducts. It's amazing what the ancients could build.
Another owl. Another owl.
Another owl. I think what irritates me the most, and I mean this, is that Baldur's Gate 3 and Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky, you know, most MMOs, a lot of games will launch into an unfinished and not really good state. That's not something we should encourage, that's not something we should tolerate, but it is just a fact of reality. But most of those games get a chance to eventually be patched into acceptability, right? I mean, to use an example of something I was playing literally last night, Civilization 5, which I consider to be one of the best 4X games ever made, now launched terribly. Put simply, it was given the post-release support it needed to turn into a great game. And that's not supremely uncommon. I mean, it's not super common, but it does happen, right?
That's a win.
This game will never get that. They cut off support astonishingly quickly. 3 months. 3 months they cut off support. Which is just unheard of. And a lot of the issues I've been having with this game are patchable. Not all of them. You can't fix the dialogue, and you can't fix the voice acting. So I'm sorry. Those are just outside of the realm of feasibility. But a lot of the other niggling issues could have been patched up and fixed. I don't know, Potato Yahoo. I don't know. It's just frustrating, because, yeah, this really is it for Dragon Age for the foreseeable future. Another owl. And I don't know what else to add to that. Sea of Thieves is another good example. I'll admit I'm not into that personally, because PvP, but another owl. Okay, fine, game. Fine.
Watch out.
The owl statues are dangerous. I think they've been booby-trapped by some nefarious purpose. Whatever noble person wants to serve, it's twisted to ensnare foolhardy explorers like me. Beware. Something over here? No? Okay. Where? I was just looking for it and I don't see it because I'm apparently blind. Okay, so back the way, this way, okay. Okay, so this way then.
I wonder what this is about.
We've already been out here, clearly. Well, there's that puzzle, which we've already done. I'm gonna be honest, that did occur to me, but then I thought I'd look around first, rather than just assuming. Okay. This, yeah, I remember that floating island, because I've been down there before. Yeah, I could see the thing. It wants me to get over there, which means it probably wants me to go over there, which means I don't know how to get over there. I need to go up somehow. Is there a thing up? Kind of. I have no idea, Dr. Winter. Ah.
What do we have here? That did it.
Did it? Nope, it looks like I missed again. Yeah, dang it. There we go. It was all worth it. For something that I don't really care about. Yes. I think it's the armor I have on, actually. Okay. No, the armor it says I'm supposed to have is striking misfortune. So let's head back here. Get the quest. Oh, gotcha, Giga.
Good job taking care of those darkspawn. Yo, Rook! Strife talked about you. I need your help. Can you help? There are veil jumpers in the forest who have been gone too long. They were searching for relics. With the recent troubles, they could use a protective escort to bring those relics back to camp.
I'll start the search.
And I'll stay here, in case someone shows up.
Don't get lost.
And I'm lost. No, I went to... Yeah, we're playing Hat in Time. Get lost!
There it is. That's the Veil Jumper camp.
We were literally just here. Literally.
That relic just went off. What happened to that Veil Jumper? He was right here. Oh, this isn't good. We need to find him.
I guess we just missed him when we were here 5 seconds ago. Okay, he was taking a bio break.
That's incredible.
That's...
One of those magical relics the Veil Jumpers were dealing with must be nearby. Spatial anomaly. We can't reach that Veil Jumper unless we find some way around it. One relic down, more to go. Hard to believe these things are causing so much trouble.
Couldn't have, like, you know, made it easier for me, Harding. Thanks. You're really psyching me up for Wrath of the Righteous, Mook. Just want you to know.
A spatial anomaly. We can't reach that Veil Jumper unless we find some way around it.
Okay. Good thing this doesn't spaghettify me every time I do this.
Like another relic nearby.
Could you imagine? What do you mean, Giga?
Got it.
You saved me. I'm saved. I'm alive.
Okay, so, you know, I'm not saying this is necessarily something I'm going to hold against this game, but you know what Dragon Age Origins would let you do here? You could just kill this guy. Take his stuff, maybe, you know. Like, succeeding you, father. And he's, no. They... Yes, I've saved you. Now give me all your stuff. What? I want all your stuff. Yeah, in DOS 2, you can eat his soul, which is really horrible. I'm not holding that against this game, but at the same time, I can understand why a lot of people would be irritated that that option does not exist. It's the exact same thing that irritates so many people in Fallout 4. Because Fallout 4... you're not a character. You're actually the worst part of not a character, because you're not a pre-existing character like in a Final Fantasy game where you're playing as Cecil. But you're also not your character because you have no dialogue options. You're the worst of all worlds in Fallout 4. In this game, it's like, eh. But if I can share one last little tidbit, because I've obviously never done an evil playthrough in Origins, and I never will. But one of the things I really liked in Dragon Age Origins was a lot of the reward for saving people was just a few extra lines of dialogue from some voice actors who really put in their stuff to sound grateful. Think about, oh god, I can't think of the name of the town all of a sudden. The first major city. The one where the undead are swarming. God, I can't think of the name of the damn place. Not Lothering. After that. Redcliffe. If in Redcliffe, first of all, you save the kid, right? You know, Dad always taught me to say thank you when someone does something nice for you. And then there's this noticeable pause, and he says, thank you. And it's just this nice little moment. When you save the Smith's daughter, right? And he's overjoyed to have her back, because he thought he lost her, right? Little stuff like that. Like, there's little moments. I won't bore you with more examples. You can also be a dick about all this, but I love that little extra snippet of making it feel like I made a choice to be good. I know that sounds strange, but I've always championed the idea of the fact that evil choices should exist. First of all, because I like options, but second of all, because to me it makes it feel more meaningful when I don't do that. When I have the option to just kill someone. Or I could go way out of my way and do a whole other side quest just to help them out. The fact that I have that choice makes doing it more rewarding to me personally. Yeah, exactly, Broccoli. That's exactly right. It made the good feel meaningful. Now, obviously, Dragon Age Origins is not the only game that does it. Actually, quite a few CRPGs manage this vibe quite well. But yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it. The quest designer needs to tempt the player into doing the wrong thing. It's one of the reasons why that standard exists in a lot of CRPGs, where there's like usually some kind of gameplay benefit, like money or rewards or items or experience or whatever, for doing the evil thing, right? There's some kind of reward for being evil, so that then you, the player, are tempted to do evil, and therefore can now decide not to. I agree, Alcat does that pretty well. I'm obviously going full Iconoclast in my playthrough Mook right now. Duh. But there are some very serious benefits for going full Chaos, and I've already seen quite a few of them, and it's just like, yeah. Anyways, you get the point. Sorry, I just wanted to comment. I'm not trying to bash or punch down on this game. It's just some people like to use vague terminology like this game is missing the soul of a Dragon Age thing, and that there's no meaningful information there. I think the absence of evil choices is a receipt that we can prove, that we can say is missing from this game. I understand why it's missing from this game. It's because they had 9 months to make it. But it is something that I think is diminishing the game for not existing. It's why this game hasn't really gotten any choices positives, because there aren't any, right? Rant off. Forgive me.
I was working on the relic and then everything went dark.
Hang on. If now I have the option to kill this dude, I'm gonna laugh.
And quiet. It felt like nothing and nowhere. I'll catch my breath and make my own way back to camp.
There are others. We'll continue searching for them.
What was their reasoning, DeMarcus? I haven't heard of that. Okay, you stab and you go, hoot, 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 hoot. That would actually be really funny. You just kind of become the owl bandit or whatever, you know.
Must be a magical relic causing this.
Get out of there!
Aw.
Damn. We were too late.
Well, no, like, okay, so you remember how I mentioned earlier that it makes sense that the other party members are not present during companion quests? It's because if you think about it, having other companions being present, reacting to the companion whose quest it is, and the companion reacting back to them is like multiplicatively more work, right? That's a lot of additional lines of dialogue, animation, triggers, and voice acting that all has to be done in order to make that happen. So it makes sense if you're trimming the fat, 9 months, if you're trimming the fat, it makes sense to not have the other people there. It's honestly the same reason why I understand them not doing the evil choices, which is why I'm not trying to punch down too hard on that. Because that is a fairly large amount of extra work and time in order to accommodate something that, honestly, not a lot of players are even going to pick. Now, having said that, what Doom Rider said, if that is true, I disagree completely. So what Doom Rider said is apparently the writer said, with the threat of the evil and ancient elven gods, being a darker anti-hero character didn't fit the narrative. So let me explain why that's fundamentally wrong. One of the things that worked so well about Dragon Age Origins in particular is the main threat, which is the Darkspawn. Not Loghain, not your own personal quest arcs, not any other. No, it was the Darkspawn. Is a threat you want to deal with no matter what. No matter who you are. You could be a full-on murder hobo. You could be completely, horrifically evil. Like, you could be self-centered to the point of being worse than fricking Rendon Howe in Dragon Age Origins. But you still care because the Darkspawn are still a threat to you. Having that kind of universal threat works. Yeah, exactly. It works because even if you are just here out for yourself and you don't give a crap about others and you have sadism bound in your bones, you still have an interest in doing the main plot, right? There's actually a few games that manage this by managing to construct their narrative in such a way. Yeah. That you still want to do the plot regardless of what kind of character you are. But again, see, that's why I said the 9 months thing, the 18 months thing, is a much, much more reasonable reason to not want to allow evil options. Because it really is a lot of extra work. I mean, just to name one microscopic example of that. Think about Liliana. I think she turns on you. I think she fights you. I know I've said this already, but I'm kind of out of it. Forgive me. When you play, when you spoil the ashes of Andraste. Remember that? Actually think about how much extra work it took to add that little branch there. To add that little extra thing. Because, yeah, I knew Wynn was the other one. Because, obviously, you have to turn into a combat character. You have to set up her AI for that. You have to set the branching script for that. New dialogue to accommodate it. And then, you also have to make sure that you have triggers set up in place to acknowledge the fact that she might not exist from that point onwards. Which is work. Anybody who's done any kind of branching programming knows it is work to acknowledge that a variable has been removed, right? By contrast, and I did spoil one extremely minor thing for myself in this game, there's no point at which you can just shove a party member out of the game in this game. There's no go home. So the game doesn't have to acknowledge the extra triggers to indicate that a party member might have left the party, right? Which makes sense, because that's extra time and work and 18 months. Yeah, exactly, Doom Rider. Like, that is work. And is a much more reasonable and
The relic and the barrier goes away. I think.
much more reasonable reason to go ahead and disallow that kind of a thing.
That's one less relic stirring things up.
Hi.
Oh, thank the creators. Did Elio send you? I have to talk to him once I return to camp. It's so odd. I've seen relics like that before. I know how they work, but this one, it was wrong.
Also, lol, Mr. Floyd. Who are you fighting? Eldergain and Gliglabard. I've already forgotten. It's Bob and Bobette. But maybe it isn't Bob and Bobette. Bob's last name is Bobette. Yes, I did, Ross. In fact, I have already gone on record as saying that that is going to completely self-destruct that company and take down a lot of people with it, and probably leave them positioned for other companies to gobble them up. And honestly, screw them. Like, I'm kind of okay with that. Ellison and Paramount dying is probably not a bad thing, to be perfectly frank. Yeah, no, operational debt is a thing. It is. There's a lot of good reasons to have operational debt. The amount of debt they're going to be floating for this is so insane. Keep in mind, if you've looked into it, there's like 5 other power brokers who are all also backing this particular play. And that still leaves I think it's 90 billion in excess debt. $90 billion in debt. That's not operable debt. That's insanity. Well, maybe it's down to 79. I don't know. Ah, come on! I almost made that jump last time, too. Well, shoot. No, it's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. Oh, absolutely, Caroline Noise. No, it's gonna be bad. So I hope nobody here really cares about anything that's under that purview right now, because if you did, it's going away or getting worse very soon.
Hello? Is anyone out there?
That's probably one of the missing veil jumpers. Let's get that barrier down. I bet one of those magical relics is close.
Oh, Star Trek can always get worse. Like, you think New Trek is bad. Ho, 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 ho.
Can anyone hear me?
We're gonna get you out.
Or we're gonna leave you here. Or we're gonna extort you. I'm just kidding. None of those options exist. Oh, don't. Giga, don't. Please. I want to play it so badly. Please don't. Don't torture me, Giga. I've got like 2 months of queue. Actually, I got like 3 months of queue ahead of me right now.
And no one came. It felt like an eternity, and the shadows were so dark. So dark. But I'll be alright. I'll make my own way back to the camp.
I must destroy Giga now.
I think that's everyone. Let's get back to Elio.
So everything I've heard about Prodigy has been pretty much universally positive. Lower Decks, I've heard that everything after the first episode is really good. No, it's not how it works, Colgrim. You guys just funded a crap ton of games. That's why I suddenly have a massive queue. That's not even counting the hidden queue. It's just I suddenly have a huge queue to push through. Like, type exclamation mark next for a second. I know, it's a weird, dumb, petty complaint. It has no validity. Yeah, look at that. You guys funded all that within the last week. So, yeah, I've got a bit of a queue built up. Yeah, and then there's this game, which, no offense, is probably going to be pretty long. Did I get it? It's hard to tell. No, if you remember, I didn't even have Homeworld 3 as part of that block originally. Nope, it's being blocked. And it's like, no, we should cover Homeworld 3. We should cover the Trash Fire. Okay, it's got to be this one, right? It's got to be this one. Yeah, every time I get a little bit excited about how much progress I'm making, I then see the 15 side quests that just popped up, and it's like, ugh. Sorry, I don't want to sound negative, it's just... I don't know. It's just a pet peeve thing. It's not a real peeve. Don't worry about it. No, it's not even that I like short games. It's just... Oh, this is so much better. So much better, Mr. Floyd. It's not even on the same category. But the real problem is... Yeah, I like good games. Long or short doesn't really matter. The problem I have is that I had just started reaching the point where I could start considering finally being able to push through the cleanup stream, right? Because I've got a few games I need to stream just to clean up the list, okay? So I was in a position for that, and I was happy to get there, and I was pretty sure I was going to get there before the next dark, which I understand that it's like there's no specific individual to blame here, but the fact that I've had to take 5 separate darks inside of the last year is extremely frustrating to me. So that's just a pressure, right? It's a stressor that's just sitting there on the back of my mind. So I'm like, okay, Q's finally getting caught up. I have the chance. I finally have the chance to start pushing through the cleanup games, and give it a few more months, I'll finally be done with the cleanup games, and then I can start actually being the place I want to be at, where I can start funding games like Voyager. I just go ahead and dealer's choice that up to the front, and it'll be cool, and we'll be at exactly the place I've always wanted to be at. And then that whole list just got funded, and it was just like, oh. And yeah, by the way, all of this is presuming that I never take a break. I've talked about this several times. I want to get to the point where I stop streaming quite as much as I do. Which I still can't do, because the queue is still gargantuan, and I keep being forced to take time off from it. And not in a way that's like a good time off, but in a more you can't get anything done kind of a way. So it's just this, it's frustration. I really wish that whatever dumb renovations I want to get done would get done. So that's over with, so I could just get back to actually focusing on streaming, get through the queue, get through the hidden queue. Just actually be in a state where I want to be at. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold up. So this one went over there, but I don't know how to get over there. Is it this way, maybe? That's interesting. Okay, so hang on. I'm gonna stop doing puzzles after this. Speaking of, concurrent to what I just talked about, this is just taking too long.
What could that?
Okay, so now I can get here from the other side. Yeah, I've seen these puzzles. They're neat. I have actually already given them a positive. In fact, I've given them more than one.
Trouble ahead.
There's a guard. What the hell is that?
Take it to him.
No problem.
Your turn.
Aw. That would have been funny.
Good to go here. I'm there.
That the last of them?
Another unique.
They interrupt, as predicted, as expected, as hoped.
What was that?
Learn, adapt, triumph.
Okay.
found more relics.
How do these things keep popping up?
I found most of your friends, but one didn't make it. I'm sorry.
We all know the risks, but it's still difficult when someone gets hurt. There's one last relic out there we never found. If you come across it, be careful. I think someone's meddling with the magic in Arlethan.
I'll try to be safe.
Wait. Flip around. Make sure. Oh yeah, this is this chest. I remember this chest. I remember the way to reach it. Well, I obviously never found out the way to reach it. So it's extremely difficult to do, obviously. So I'm probably never going to actually reach this chest. And that is what she said. Just, I think I am going to stop doing optional stuff. I don't mean quests. Quests are obviously main content. I think I'm going to stop doing puzzles and chests and stuff like that. I actually really like the map. I have seen better, but I think this is one of the better maps I've seen. Okay, so no new quests there, no new quests there, no new quest there, but there is a new quest in Docktown. I mean, the equipment system is... I think that's what we'll say.
No.
We'll go with that. Wow, it's on fire for some reason. If only I had been here. Weird, but not unheard of, Twister.
Where is everyone? What did the Venatori do to the Shadow Dragons?
No way the Shadow Dragons let the Venatori in here. Look around. Someone might have left us a clue.
Listen, without Rook, this entire place was lost. Yeah, I love how his title was Unstoppable, by the way. Looks like Rook came through here earlier. Look at this place.
Hector. He used to guard the pawn shop's entrance. Nev mentioned it. He was waiting for someone near the market. He might still be there. The light drawn echoes back. In Eternum, this will not stand.
I didn't know I could think even less of the Venatori.
The Grey Warden. Are you all right?
You're Rook. I'm Vesta.
What happened?
I'm here to help the Shadow Dragons. fighting Darkspawn in the catacombs. There weren't many when we started, but then the others said to run. Get help. We can't leave the Darkspawn. If they escape into the city...
We won't let them.
Just sit tight.
Hang on 1 second. I know, I keep AFK. That's the other thing. This absolutely is not Dragon Age's fault. But you know what's really been pissing me off about Dragon Age? Why didn't you open them? Of course, I can't even find my phone. No, I'll tell you exactly what it is. The fact that I've been sick. Which means I haven't been doing full shifts. So I've already feel like I'm falling behind, and then for a completely unrelated reason, which isn't really anyone's fault, I'm falling behind more. Where is my phone? And yes, to whoever asked, I have been sick to some extent or another every single Dragon Age stream. Which is why I've only been putting in one shift for several days now. Which, like I said, is just making me feel worse about everything. Again, it's nobody's fault.
Up there.
It's not a blame thing. It's just irritating on top of something that's already irritating me. Breath. Deep breath. Like, it took us like 3 days to get out of the intro. Mostly because I was only able to stream for like 4 hours a day.
Please.
Kill them, or your lives are full.
You heard him. I mean, the next game's Kakarot, and that's something I'm legitimately dreading, so... This is why I made that offhanded comment yesterday. People are like, why are you streaming like this? I'm like, look, I'm streaming this, or I'm doing it off camera, because I'm sick of not playing. I'm sick of not making progress.
Here we go!
I mean, it's a Dragon Ball game. I'm gonna have billions of people showing up. Chat's gonna be wild. Completely uncontrolled. It's gonna be chaos. I will be expected to love it, because it's a beloved classic. Sort of. Thanks, Harding. Thanks. So, I was giving a Harding a negative to story for several reasons, honestly. But I decided not to, because ultimately I was already giving her a negative out of the gameplay axis for the things that she really pisses me off about.
Coming in range!
That looks like it hurt.
But why are we killing Chaos? Is this Warhammer? Because it sure seems like Warhammer, because these things are literally just crawling out of goop, piles of goop on the ground. Because they're demons now. Most of the most egregious dialogue, the "they won't shut up" in mid-combat, has been from Harding.
Good job.
Like, even when I have other party members and they still do the same thing, it's not as bad as Harding.
There's more around.
And it's just irritating.
We're clear. Better be ready.
Could be missable. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the canned barks. That's a really simple and easy way to put that. It's the Spider-Man thing all over again. You remember Spider-Man on the PS4? Really good game, but some of the mid-combat barks got extremely repetitive very quickly. Of course, who would not want to listen to Javrik slowly seduce us with his sensuous voice.
More of that,
yeah, Arkham Knight, I want to say, Ross. I think.
Got him good, brother.
Sorry, Javik. Sorry, I keep forgetting there's no R in there. Look, I didn't like Javik, okay? So I don't know what you want from me. Might have been Origins? Excuse me. Excuse me.
Not bad, bro. Shadow threat.
Well, that's unknown.
I might have been accidentally confusing, conflating Davrin with Javik. But I've also never liked Javik, as I said, so... I actually have streamed Arkham Knight.
Let's keep clearing blood from the catacombs.
It was before the Oblivion line, but it has happened.
One for us.
Yeah, nobody was particularly interested in a re-review of that game, so it didn't make the cut for being put in post-Oblivion line.
No problem. I'm on it.
Thanks.
That's why I'm here.
Oh god, at least Easy Maven. There? No, that's it. Alright.
You got it.
that not work? Huh. Ah, there it is. But yes, Arkham Knight was the tank game. Actually, it wasn't a horrifically terrible game. It was just incredibly repetitive and honorously long. It was over double the length of any other Arkham game, and much more boring.
Heard ya.
And we die instantly.
You got it. Leave it to me. Of course.
Telling you, water soluble.
I'm on it. Right.
Old magic, forgotten relics. There's a lot left in the catacombs, and the Blight's twisting through all of it.
Yeah, gross, by the way. That's exactly what I want, is blight in my sewers.
An elevator.
There's more blight where it leads.
Checking. Nope, okay. Listen, if there's not blight everywhere, okay? Can it self-perpetuate? Is there like a finite amount of blight?
You get the feeling we're being watched when we're in the catacombs.
If it grows, why does it grow? It's okay, I'm sure we'll get tons and tons of information about exactly what the blight is, and it'll be very satisfying, whatever the answer is.
You got him.
Damn hoot hoots.
Making the rest of us look bad, Brooke. Didn't know what hit him.
I suppose it depends on what blight is, not Overlord.
Nice hit, bro.
Like, blight has always been pustules of organic gunk.
It's the last of them. We should tell Warden Vesta.
That's also always been kind of finite? I guess it's a weird word to use, but I'm not sure what other word to use there. Like, there's a reason that Darkspawn needed, you know, outside help to propagate.
Back in Dogtown proper.
Got it.
Man, if there's one thing I'm happy to not have to see anymore, it's brood mothers. Screw broodmothers. No, not like that. Hello, Laguna Dreamer.
Vesta, we got the Darkspawn that attacked you. They won't get into the city.
Thank you. The Wardens will be glad to hear it.
As will the Shadow Dragons. Quillen, by the way. I'll ensure Vesta gets the healing she needs.
I'm glad we could help.
Could you stop sneering at me like you're about to molest her, please? I'm just wondering, is that something you can do? No? Okay. I know, no voice actor. I cannot believe that, by the way. Like, this game clearly lacked editors, so I was expecting to see editors and they just didn't have time to do their job. So I was expecting the same thing with voice directors. The fact that they literally had no voice directors, it's just... Like, I know we kind of joke about things like that, but that's still kind of uncommon. There's still usually someone in the booth saying, hey. Right?
That woman. What's happened? What's going on?
My husband, Atticus, he was going to the Snake Nest, said he needed to help a friend, and he never came home. But when I ask inside, they say he never arrived. They're lying. I know it, but...
What's your name?
Sabina.
If we learn anything, we'll let you know. So, the Snake Nest.
Nev took me there once. It was a busy place then. I'm not sure about lately.
It's worth checking out.
Well, that's because the Solace voice actor is legit. Oh, God. Yeah. What I find funny, when I was going through Mass Effect 1 with Mailshep, I got constant flack for being too negative about Mail Shepard's voice actor, or voice direction, or lack thereof. And what's really funny is the more I heard that, the more I would reanalyze. Like, do I really think that? Are they really this terrible? And the answer was always, yes. Yes, Mail Shepard's voice acting really was that awful. Every single time. Okay, hang on. What? Like, I'm sorry. Just in the first game, Zar. Just in the first game.
They're good, right?
Like, I could probably point to maybe 2 scenes, in fact, literally 2, where it felt like he was acting instead of just doing placeholder lines, right?
Demons.
I can even name the scenes. One is when he accidentally hangs up on the council the second or third time, I forget which. I did. I had someone who had actual voice direction to compare against. The other was when he was talking to one of the crazy cultists in one of the side quests.
That's been sorted.
I mean, I suppose that's true, Moog. But part of the reason why is because good voice acting, like really good voice acting and voice direction, just, I suppose you could say it's just for me, and I'm the only idiot asshole who actually cares, but it really elevates the quality of a work for me, like a lot. I'm trying to think about it like a truly good example of this. Because, I mean, Modern WoW is actually a really good example of this, but you don't want to hear that. So let's go with something else. Hang on. Let me just check my own notes here. Games that got an extraordinary amount of voice acting positives. Like, way. You know what? Grand Theft Auto 5, right at the top. Obvious choice, right? The actors there made those characters, you know? Trevor and Michael are probably the standout examples because both of those should not be enjoyable characters, and they absolutely are, at least in part because of the phenomenal performance that was on display. God of War 5 Ragnarok is another excellent example. Silent Hill 2 R is another excellent example. Portal 2, while we're on the subject. Oh, that's funny. Dragon Age Origins is on my list for really good voice acting and voice direction. Go figure. And yeah, Witcher 3 is another excellent example of this. Plague Tale Innocence. Strange. What else we got here? And then we get down to the MMOs. The MMOs are kind of cheating. No, Odin the sleazebag is just, he's perfect. I don't even mean that hyperbolically. He is like the perfect presentation of what they were going for with him. He is my favorite presentation of Odin in any fiction. It's phenomenal. So you could absolutely be right that I am overvaluing something simply because I have the experience necessary to be able to tell those kind of nuances and details. And I have no argument against that. So I'm just gonna quit streaming. Go back to my real job. It's grifting. So Wild Midnight is trash. And here's why you should think that way. The Blizzard devs are cooked. And they know it.
Souls alone as the light left. I was there, less alone.
You're a spirit of compassion.
My own name. But what of theirs? 3 I've found, felled by demon claws, murdered. A connection I cannot see. I have impressions. But if I learn more, answers might unfold. This one. Green against grey stone. Rain, nourish. How she watched it bloom. Find who she was.
Okay, sure. I also agree that there is an art style, for lack of a better word there, to bad voice acting, making bad voice acting actually worth a damn.
We've got a trail. Let's go.
Of the non-voice directed games I've played, how would I say this comes close to being decent voiced? Or how many come as close to this as being decent voiced? I'm not sure any of them do, to be quite honest with you.
Hortensia. She was a gardener.
Green against grey. In debt, desperate, but still found hope. There are others. I would know more of them.
Yeah. Like, yeah. I think we're running into one of those capital P problems, honestly. I might even combine it into a capital P problem, because, I mean, lack of editing plus lack of voice direction, that's a combo. Okay. You heard him. Oh, the intro is so much noticeably worse that anybody who's paying attention to the document may have noticed. I actually adjusted several of the negatives to being from, rather than being for the entire game, to just being for the intro, because a lot of the problems have stopped being as bad.
More executions.
Not that I want to diminish the fact that the dialogue is still bad, because it is. It really needed that editing pass.
Another demon killing.
Trouble scouted.
So, I've actually gotten that question, or variances on that question, several times, Mr. Floyd. And the weird truth is that I have more passion for games now than I used to. I understand that I'm kind of weird on that, but it's true. This is probably just due to how weird I am, but really digging into and analyzing games for over 10 years now has really made me appreciate this hobby a whole lot more. As much as I am currently stressed, I do still rather enjoy my job.
Well, that's a relief.
So why are you fighting Santa Claus?
Compassion.
This one. Curiosity undimmed. Just one more answer. Truth and story beneath the ruins. Find who he was. I will find you then.
Got a trail. Let's use it.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't notice, Giga. Listen, I value my companions greatly. They're important, relevant, noteworthy, significant even.
It looks like another victim.
Got a Stantler.
Great hit, brother.
So where do my companions go?
That's a win.
The docks. Sounds like the Venatori tracked down Hector and took him there. Let's hurry. I don't like the tone of that note. The spirit of compassion. And another murder victim.
This one. A roof denied. Eyes skim over. Yet a world smudged in shadow. So beautiful. Find who he was.
Okay. So maybe Harding should crack less rocks. I'm just saying. And do this instead. Way more cathartic. Aw. Aw. Boxing. I like it.
Charcoal drawings by someone named Evander.
A world smudged in shadow. He drew Docktown's darkness, but also its light. A faint connection begins to bind them. We must find the third.
Cat.
And the cat is the thing that's the similarity. I still remember the first time I ever heard reverse reverb. It was on the Protoss over in StarCraft. And I thought that was such a great idea. I guess a lot of other people agreed, because I hear it a lot more nowadays. Oh God, come on. Let's at least get this on the map. Probably been one eye. Maybe. Possibly. You might also be lying to me. Why are you lying to me, Ben One Eye? Why would you do that? What's with all the cinnamon references in this quest?
Another of those Fen'Harel altars.
Ah!
Here they come.
I felt that one.
Way to fight,
Nice rush.
Damn it, Adam. Could you imagine if, like, my comment section, or you guys on stream, were just constantly like, man, that was a good shot. Way to go, Lore. Careful. They're attacking from ranged. Just constantly. I bet some streamers' chat is like that. No, that would... Octogene, no. No, don't do that. To a barrel. Whoosh. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me, Gigafunny, because yeah, she says stuff constantly. Davrin hasn't been, and he's right there, and he's been in my party for a bit now. Alright, let's do this.
That's a problem.
There you go. Knock him down.
Don't just
I'm ready to go again.
Good to go.
There you go. Take him out.
Take your blood with you.
Still alive? Still alive.
More essence.
Listen, I gotta get into the zone, Giga. They keep giving me the All... What does the All Mother's Cops actually do? I didn't even check its level, honestly. It had to have been lower level. We just ran over it. Blast ability damage. Blast ability damage versus barrier. Gain mana when blast ability. I mean, it helped that I alpha striked him with my ultimate, but, you know. I mean, sure. Why not? Oh, yeah. No. 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 Okay. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. Hmm. So anyways, about this quest that we're actually here to do. I do find it interesting that this is one of the very few Dragon Age games so far. This isn't even a dig. Where mage is not just, like, the superior choice. It's arguably a good thing.
Property of Marcus, scholar.
Story beneath the ruins. Fear for the future. And yet, he continued. For himself and for her. All those I found, I held a hand as the light left.
Do you know something about the murder victims? What connected them?
Each was desperate. Each heard a whisper that tempted them, and each turned away. They defied the one who called them. The demons we saw were merely minions. Too late for these. But now I can watch and protect others. Something larger stirs, calling the desperate. I cannot see what. No, the hope you bring Dogtown thwarts it, and may you continue.
I mean, I guess that's just more of the whole, you know, the fate has changed kind of a deal. Yeah. Making sure. Being thorough. Oh, okay, we're good. Undiscovered, of course it is. Undiscovered. Wow, it's okay. I mean, wasn't that kind of what Solace wanted to begin with? To just make the Fade part of the world again, so everybody has magic? Like, I'm not misremembering that, right? Back in Inquisition, obviously.
Let's look around, see what we find.
I know. Changing the prison. Blah, 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 blah. Ignore that. There's no ancient, evil, elven gods. Hello, Elizar.
How has an episode getting used to the schedule? The lectures?
It's fine. There's just quite a few high bloods and, well, I guess it's why I come down here when I have the time. It feels like I actually belong here.
Oh, sorry. Ancient, evil, elven gods, Bob and Bob 2. Who?
Venatori,
Potato Yahoo?
stop them. That body. Is that Hector?
It's actually only up to 22 so far. They sort of stopped doing it.
This is a message to the city. The Venatori are in charge now.
I love how I keep getting all this Nev loot. Oh no, I long since walked away from the MSQ. We're never doing the MSQ again. It's over. It's over. There is no MSQ. Okay, hang on. Let me look at my build. Okay, so we got channel thoughts. There we go. And then we got innervation, which I believe is like back this way. Yep. And then zone of concentration, which is this. And then collateral damage, which is... Oh, nice. Makes AoEs even more AoE. Then arcane defiance. I don't know where that is. Oh, it's right there. Increased electrical and necrotic resistance. Little did Lord know. Necessary steps. Necessary steps. Necessary steps. Necessary steps. Necessary steps. Hey! And then breathing room. And then further torment, which I think I just saw down here. Yep. And then Desolate Malady. Somewhere. God, where the hell's Desolate Malady? Ah! Increased affliction damage. And then, Crypt Herald. I think. Yep. So it's a new ultimate. Be like death. Done! Drawing in the power of the Fade and surrounding yourself with a necrotic storm. Slowly absorbs life from all nearby enemies before ending in a punishing burst causing massive damage. You're a Necro, Harry. Okay. Then we grab Spirit Bomb, which is actually supposed to be on my bar. It's a blast ability. It detonates Sundered, specifically. That's interesting. Then we get Concentration, which is up this way. And then let me guess. Death and Decay? Yep, Death and Decay. Area abilities all now deal necrotic damage. Corrupted Ground now deals increased damage when activated. I'm just getting ready for DBZ. That's all this is. Alright, so how do I do stuff?
Hey, Rook, I've news about Lorelei the Fence.
That's nice. Everything is necrotic. Everything is necrosis. Because when everything's necrosis, nothing is. Hi, Nev. Ha! So let's put Spirit Bomb there. So that detonates Sundered. Wait, did someone kill my bot? Someone killed my bot? Oh my god, someone did actually kill my bot. It was von Falkenstein, somehow. There we go. Okay. Hang on a second. So, Harding. Right now, you're detonating Overwhelmed. But you know what you could do instead? Is you could apply Sundered, and I could detonate. So let's just pull out of that completely and go over here instead. Perfect. And then let's go over to Davrin. So I'm looking at his gear. I've got the Blight Killer +3 on and the Gray Edge. I have 1 shield. I have 1 piece of armor. And I have 1 accessory. Yeah, she's not in the party of von Falkenstein, so I literally couldn't. The dagger is physical damage, dagger, attack my target applies vulnerability to fire, and eventually, vulnerability to fire will be increased by 25%. Ugh. He also has a thing which makes all his weapon damage do fire damage, so that's nice. Okay. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Slightly different idea. Hello, push-ups. Okay.
Lorelei. She ran the pawn shop, sold things.
Yes. The Venatori found her. They took her to the docks. You have to hurry. You know what they do to shadow dragons?
We're on it.
So I'm supposed to just accept them and bet it?
It's just how the world works.
We're always at war in video games. What? Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that and move on for right now.
What happened here?
Yeah, we'll come back to that. Let's just not eat right now. I do love things that are mind-numbing in a show. In fact, yeah, this is gonna be a lot faster. Let's just... of course it's undiscovered. Of course it's undiscovered. Of course it's all undiscovered. Fine. Yeah, I think the sewers got hit worse by the dragon than anywhere else. I mean, did you see how much blight was down there? Hello, killing you. No. Sorry. We're primarily doing side questy stuff now. Which is still meat content. It still counts. We're still doing it for purposes of review, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I actually get why it's all changed. It's because it would take an extra bit of scripting in order to then translate old waypoints to new waypoints. I can even tell you how you do it. You'd have to assign them specific variables, which you would then pay attention to in the post-change state, right?
You need to be taught a lesson for getting in the way of your betters. Ambush!
Lesson received. No, the side quests aren't bad. I don't want to sound like I'm being irritated by that. I'm irritated by many things, but not that. No, so there's a way they could have done translation of Flag X, because in gameplay terms, these are literally different waypoints. The problem is that takes time and effort and work, and at that point, you might as well just say, no, you have to rediscover everything. Because that takes no work. And when you have 9 months, no work looks pretty tempting.
Search the area for anyone who needs help.
Searching! Searching! I'm not finding anything. Yeah. Okay, I didn't find anything. Hang on, let me keep searching. No one will stop me from searching. That's what I'm going to say I'm doing from now on. What are you doing? I'm searching. Found some. Okay. Okay, I think I'm all searched out.
Lorelei. This was hers. What did they do to her?
So many people. I didn't think it could get worse.
I don't think they even care if the people they're executing are really shadow dragons. It's anyone who's ever been connected to them or helped them.
I actually have been thinking about that, Blade Jamal. As weird as it may sound, I'm still kind of torn on it. It feels very Mass Effect 3-y, and I do mean that as an insult. But at the same time, just the presence of the NPCs isn't bad, right? I don't know. I'm still kind of chewing on it. Come here. Come here.
Good job. They defy our mastery.
I mean, the fact that I can turn down enemy damage and health at will individually really helps with any potential Dragon Age 2 syndrome. But yeah, the two areas that have most impressed me so far in NPC set dressing are here, and weirdly enough, the camp in Arlothan Forest. Yes, push-ups. Quests. So how about that other quest we were just wandering by? Nope, 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 nope. I forgot about the market. That's fair. So it's 3. And amusingly, that's basically the 3 town areas. The only 3 town areas. I mean, I know we're going to 2 new zones soon, but so far each area has been at least solid. It's that torch! You know what that also tells me? The fact that that quest marker, when it's not selected, was specifically on that torch, means that they probably literally attached that torch as the quest marker area. Hang on. Yeah, gotta search, gotta search.
This Linus. He must own the snake nest. And he knows Atticus. We're looking for someone named Atticus.
Haven't seen anyone.
He was meeting someone here. He disappeared.
Yeah? People do that all over.
Well, I'm still looking into it.
Wasting your time's your business.
Excuse me. So, it's way too early to call Kit and Finn. But this might actually be the second best Dragon Age game, which is very strange to say.
A letter for Atticus. A missing person. Someone really wanted to meet at the snake nest. Why do I have a bad... Blood. There's a trail.
So here's the deal. Let me give you like the zoomed out, abstract-y answer for the Dragon Age series so far. So first of all, Dragon Age Origins is legit. Let's just get that out of the way. It is accidentally excellent. Dragon Age 2 is problematic, but overall very enjoyable until you hit the third act, at which point the quality runs right into a wall. It is jarring how quickly Dragon Age 2 goes from being good to being terrible. So that kind of serves as an anchor around the neck of that game, right? Yeah, exactly, Blake Jamal. Same gigantic gulf in quality. No, I don't think I have Laguna Dreamer. Dragon Age Inquisition has, honestly, a lot of issues, some of which are related to the engine, some of which are related to the open world stuff that was kind of mandated and tacked on top of it. But overall, it actually does several things very good. The problem here is that Inquisition and 2 both have such huge detriments that review-wise, it drags both games' score down substantially, right? This game's biggest detriment so far is the intro, and let's be clear, that's a pretty big detriment. But once we get past that hurdle, so far it's been managing much better. It's way too early for me to really gauge where this is going to go, because it depends entirely on the quality from this point onwards.
Bloodstained shirt.
Someone wanted to hide it, and fast.
Take a look at that.
I mean, when you have a production like this, the game feeling different at different points of the game makes sense, because there's a pretty good chance those points of the game were literally made at different points in time by different teams.
A sick kid. His father thought Atticus could help, but something feels off. All right. That Snake Nest bartender must know something. We need to talk to her. Again.
Just practice, Gigapudding. Literally, it's just practice. I trained in speed reading when I was in school, and now I stream for a living, which means I'm reading the game and you all at the same time, so I keep in practice literally every single day. The biggest trick, though, everyone will tell you this, the biggest trick to reading quickly is to stop saying it out loud in your head. Because you do that. You don't realize you do that, but you do. When you read something, there is a voice, maybe yours, maybe something you're intimating, based on the words in question, that says, you know, drain the life out of enemies, then throw it back at them in an explosion of necrotic energy. Apply Siphon and deals damage each second you are connected to a target. Therefore, a Final Blast deals bonus damage that intensifies the longer the first target is exposed to it. And it's spoken in your head, interior. So if you want to read quickly, getting out of that process, getting out of that habit, is the biggest tip that I could ever give anyone. And anybody will tell you that. That's a pretty common thing. I wouldn't know how to read interiorly aloud anymore. What I tend to do is, I describe it as line reading. So, for example, I glance over there, and the entire line you just said, I just grabbed at a single frame. What I mean by that is I didn't read, can you turn it on and off, comma, or would it require training to read normally? It was just flash, and I just grabbed the whole sentence. Does that make sense? So I tend to grab lines. Yeah, take a screenshot, exactly. Just again, I have years of practice.
A man named Atticus came to the Snake Nest. We know he was headed here, that your boss Linus knows him. We've been to Linus's home.
All right, it's the boss. He's been acting weird since the kid got sick. Urgent meetings, always checking the storage. But you're friends with Nev Gallus, aren't you? Maybe you can do something. I can let you into the storage. It's across the road.
I mean, honestly, I do misread things from time to time, but my rate of misreading isn't what you'd call high, right? In other words, it's average. I misread the same rate that anybody misreads. For the same reasons. Our minds have a tendency to correct things. And obviously that can help when someone... We live on the internet, right? So people mistype all the time. So you don't read someone misspelling something and then literally read it as the misspelled word. Your brain automatically corrects it. The problem is that sometimes it's not a typo and you assume it is. And so the brain can correct without you even realizing it. And that can cause some issues sometimes. And yes, thank you for the example, Potato Yahoo. Now, see, interestingly enough, I looked at what Potato Yahoo said there. I've wanted to try speed reading, but I think it'd depend my enjoyment when reading a book. And my first thought was that meant deepened, because that was the most logical thing. But then you read the rest of the sentence, and the structure of the sentence make you think it's actually a negative thing instead. So dampen instead of deepened. You think that's wild? You want to see... hang on. Give me a second. I'll show you something that'll blow your mind. If I can find it. There it is. You ready for this? You have to give me a moment because it's a WebP, and WebP suck, as they always do. Okay, so I'm going to show you an image, alright? I went on the internet and I found this. Here, go ahead and read this real quick. It's easy, right? It's completely easy. This is kind of an insight into how you can start speed reading, because all you have to do is do this at a paragraph level. Again, the screenshot concept. And it's the same thing. You can just grab it. And your brain, and this is also what I was talking about when I mentioned that your brain kind of fixes it in your head without you even really meaning to. It just goes, boop, yeah. Yeah. You get my point. This way.
The bar storage. There has to be more here.
There's nothing more here. Keep the floor spotless. There's a lot of blood. Does that count?
All this under the bar storage.
If that's where the quarry is, then in we go.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Well, there was a bridge here. And some corpses. Quite a few corpses. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is gross. It probably smells really bad. Cool.
Linus, the snake nest owner. He made a pact with a demon to save his kid. But the price was too high.
Maybe Nev can track down the kid? Make sure someone's taking care of him?
There's a key. We should see what else is here.
Hey, I gotta drown first really quick. And then Rook died. The end. Wow, the wall broke before the plank even hit it. That's impressive.
How many did he kill? All for a demon. This was Atticus. His locket. We can return it to Sabina.
Oh, hang on. Where was... Is it even over here? Oh god, I don't remember. I mean, there's the door. I guess I'll do that. But there's another one. I mean, that ties into the bad voice acting thing we mentioned earlier. My favorite example of that is a game we've actually covered on stream. When we first streamed Castlevania Symphony of the Night, we streamed the PSP version, which fixed the voice acting. And by fixed, I mean it made it boring. Like, they didn't add any real nuance or layers or depth or anything. So all of a sudden, it was just people talking at each other. So it was worse than when it was, you know, what is a man? Who you be?
There. Much sturdier than the old one.
Is it? I mean... Ride your shoot off? Sorry. Damn it, DZ Maven. Why would you do this to me? Why? It's okay. I understand. I accept your nightmarish and evil ways. Actually, yeah, Dr. Wood, that's another good example. I've said it before and I've said it again. Arnold Schwarzenegger was the only one who actually understood the assignment of Batman and Robin. Which makes sense. He's a great comedic actor, so he probably just slid right into that.
Sabina.
You're back. But Atticus...
The man who took Atticus's life. He thought it would save his child. But it wasn't right.
Atticus.
If there's anything you need, I have friends here in Minrathous who can help.
I don't...
Do I?
No. I need time and... to put his name on the wall of light. Thank you. At least for letting me know.
Dogtown's desperate at being targeted, then falling victim to demons. The snake nest owner. The people Compassion found. What if it's all the work of the same demon? If we keep up the work in Dogtown, maybe we'll find more.
I mean, do we, Potato Yahoo? We just... Anyways, bye, lady. Enjoy your horrible death. You're just gonna leave me here? Yeah. Yeah, bye. Okay, so why don't we, like, do these really quick? Ah, yes, I see the new quest available. We're just gonna pretend that quest doesn't... Okay, fine. Let's at least get it on the map. Hang on, let's get the quest on the map really quick. I guess by in the map, I mean in the log, whatever. Go kill 5 things.
Venatori causing trouble, and the people of Minrathous are desperate for any help.
Really? We must stop the risen gods, or whatever we're calling them nowadays. I actually kind of am sad there was no scene. It didn't have to be a big scene where we just kind of start using that term. And then everyone else starts using it because we're the only ones who know anything about it. Like, you can even call it out later if you really want to. What are you talking about? Well, that's what they used to. That's what they called it. What? Man, I wish this game had bland side quests. Oh, that'd be great. No horrible demons or death dooms. Just bare asses as far as the eye can see. Literally. Which sounds kind of weird now that I say it out loud. But you know what? Whatever. I'm standing by it. That's actually true. I didn't even think about that, but we need procedural quests. Hell yeah, brother.
I'm not published exactly, but I do produce a pamphlet for local Fade scholars. Oh, I never imagined. Well, of course there'd be scholars of our reality here.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Why are there so many undead? Something's keeping us out.
They're shooting for us!
Yeah, we'll come back to this. It's something I've been wanting to test anyways. I noticed earlier there was a message. You are leaving the combat area. There haven't been a lot of boobs in this game yet. Very sad. We need more boobs in our lives, you know? Over here? I actually did see that, but well, for what it's worth. Ooh, feet. Much better. Yeah, I know exactly what did I try, actually.
On your guard.
Look, the statue that controls those bridges is broken. It doesn't matter. We can figure this out.
No, they'll just take the gaze out, push-ups. And any religion that isn't theirs. Yeah. Actually, clever. If you feel the need to play Starfield, here's the really funny part. The best way to do that, this is not a joke, I want to stress this, is to buy a burner SSD and just play it on that. By which I mean an SSD that you're pretty much getting for the purposes of burning it and on this specific game. You just install Starfield there, nothing else, right? That's what I was going to do someday if I ever ended up covering Elder Scrolls 6. Now here's the funny part about that. Have you been paying attention to the AI bubble lately? Because SSDs specifically have been going way up in price. So, you know, that sucks. Oh yeah, no, like the economy is this big blorping mass, but it is slowly falling over. And it's gonna take a while. But it's getting there. Yeah, it's mostly NVMEs, but as it's already started to have impacts on other hard drives because, well, a lot of the hard drive manufacturers have decided, oh, we're just going to start focusing on NVMEs from now on because they're being bought up like crazy. We're making tons of money off them. This is great. It's because they're stupid. Yeah, CPUs and MOBOs are probably going to be next. RAM is already way up there. RAM was the first thing to go. Technically, that's not true. It was actually the chips that power RAM, but it doesn't matter. Quest complete.
Look at that. Funny to think elves lived here once. Actual cities. Right in the Fade.
How would you ever want to live in the Fade? God. What faction do you belong to? What do you mean? Ooh. Gain health and ultimate when using a duration ability while at least 2 advantages are active. What's an advantage? Either way, I'm going to grab that. Because that is the necklace I'm actually using. Okay. So I pop 3 on Harding, and then a potion. And then I'll get potion and ultimate back. Interesting. Quest complete. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Harding, and then Darren, let's go. Okay. Just filling out my quests. Filling out my quests. Okay. Double check something. That's what I thought. Okay. That was weird. It's because they're stupid, Traxia. Sorry, Traxia asked a valid question. Our tech billionaires talking about setting up cloud storage and software systems in space. Any engineer who has even half of a functioning brain will tell you immediately that that is a terrible idea that will not work. It is not actually feasible or possible to do.
Abundance.
That's it. Oh, absolutely, Bladetoll. Even now I could say that. I'm just not there yet. There's our enchantments. Basic stuff at first level, which is just resistances. Then some more basic stuff, and then nothing super fancy. Nothing particularly good there. Yeah, no, like I said, like there's power considerations, there's connection considerations, and there's heat considerations. And that's all assuming that you just bypass the logistics of building such a thing. Probably in space, because you have to build parts of it down here, send them up, get them in position. Like it's an absolutely onerous and insane task to try and build a data center in space. And it's arguably not possible. Like, it is debatably something that we can't even do. Oh no, they will overheat immediately push-ups. For those of you who don't know the physics of this, stuff in space overheats almost immediately because there's nothing cooling it off. There's nowhere for the heat to go, and there's no air to transfer the actual average molecular momentum. So, yeah, unlike in the movies, space, everyone's like, space is cold. No. In space, the heat is a colossal problem. Increased stagger might not be a bad idea, because this is the weapon I'm using for my endgame build. We can also just do weapon damage, barrier damage, armor damage. Ranged weapon, energy generation. Add energy damage type? You know, it just occurred to me. It looks like that's the enchant it wants me to get, so it probably wants staff energy generation. Yeah, that one right there. I do like respecing. What do these cost, actually? That's a good point. Let's see what this costs. Nothing? Nothing. Okay. I actually like that. Well, here's an interesting question. So let's go over to Davrin, right? Let's put his weapon. So he doesn't even have the same options as me. What about Harding? What about her weapon? So let's add... Let's just do physical damage. Just to see something here. Let's switch over to Harding. Okay, so even across the party, we can't double up on enchants. That's what I was wondering. I kind of figured. Whoops. There we go. So for him, we'll do fire damage, because he actually is set around doing fire damage anyways. And speaking of, let's see, extra stack of burning. No, that's a perfectly valid limitation, and you just think about a little bit where things go. For her, I want for her, you know what? Cooldown reduction, because she's my setup. Let me go back over to me. So let's give myself, I don't know, just a random resist, because let's go ahead and do stagger on that. Increased ultimate damage we'll go with for right now. Let's do mana generation there. Armor generation, or armor breaking, because we already break barriers like crazy. The other one on the other ring, and for our helmet we'll do... fire resist. That feels like a good generic thing. No, I've actually talked about this before. There's build gameplay by definition has to have limitations. To explain that a little bit, if you decide to be everything, like if you're playing a game where you can have every spell and every equipment and every ability at the same time, that's not build gameplay, right? That's just an omni. You can just do whatever. Build, by definition, means you can't pick everything, and thus you have your builds. You actually go through and do whatever specific build it is you want to do. Hi, Sleepy Michael. And thank you very, very much, Sakage, as always. I always appreciate you. And I'll put the towards dealer's choice. I hope it's been going well for you, Sleepy Michael. Because if it hasn't... What? Oh. Okay. So where's... Oh! Oh, okay. Let's continue focusing on that yay old A armor damage. And we'll do that to our stagger. And this... Oh, yeah. Super duper stagger on Frost Nova. And there's like all our gear that we don't have equipped, which, yeah, makes sense. Okay. Hey, Brigwin. Thank you for the sub, as always. Yeah, that's actually a good way to put that, Carolina. In World of Warcraft, your hero spec has no build... Well, has very little build gameplay, because there's a couple of choices. But otherwise, you just get every talent. The actual talent system has tons of build gameplay. Because, you know, duh. So since this is my endgame weapon, this is Glacial Rod, we're just going to go ahead and upgrade that. Why not? And I suppose we can do that with the wraps, too. Sure, why not? Okay, perfect. Let's do a double check. Nobody wants to talk to me. Good. I mean, no, I mean good. I'm really happy about that. Don't talk to me. I don't want to hear it. All right, so we've got the art quest there. We've got nothing there. We've got that thing, which I don't care about at the moment. And rituals for the risen. Hassan, what? Hassan doesn't. Oni time. Oni time. And then I kick him off into the abyss and he dies. Alright. And on that bombshell,